Alrighty, welcome everybody. Welcome. How is everyone today? Welcome to Andrelczyk Amusement Academy, number 28, I think. I don't know, I'm running out of remembering what number we are. Yeah, so welcome in. My name is Brian Andrelczyk. I'm a real-life theme park designer who likes to play RCT and Parkitect and all those sorts of games and teach how to do realism in the game. So by doing that lately, we are building a park here. This is our Colonial America themed park. We've been working on the Salem, Massachusetts area for a little while, and we've just started shifting a little bit into our Boston area, Boston Harbor. So I think that's where we're going to kind of continue on today as we try and figure out what's going on. I'm still a little bit fuzzy on how I want things to be, so we're going to have to experiment a little bit and see what we can come up with. But how is everybody today? You all doing okay? Saw Red play earlier, and Fred. Excellent. And hey, J-Morph. Welcome. And hey, Tai-Bai. Welcome. Yeah, more or less Holiday World theme park. I mean, it kind of started as Holiday World, and then it just turned into other things. But, you know, it's alright. World's Fair 1893. Oh, alright, I like that. That's cool. Anything's on track. All right. What kind of shoestrings are you doing? Okay. I do love a good shoestring coaster. So we left off here in our Boston Harbor area, and by way of refresher, the idea is we got a splash battle in here themed to something. I don't know quite what yet. We're still trying to work that one out. We are doing a teacup somewhere themed to the Boston Tea Party because, you know, jokes, I guess. We'll have a little ship here, maybe a walkthrough, we'll see. We have a dark ride over here, and then a bunch of architecture throughout. This will probably be the most dense architecture in the park, except for maybe the Philadelphia entry area. So, having a little bit of trouble getting this one off the ground. I think last stream I felt like we kind of just spun our wheels for most of the stream, but we did get some, or at least the second half anyway. Last time we built the Paul Revere house in the Silversmith area with the little demonstration area here in the back, which I thought turned out very nicely. So yeah, not too bad. It might be. It might be the kind of like a siege or battle. I mean, it is a splash battle, so it probably makes sense just to have some sort of ruined ships and other things like that in here. Kind of some sunken stuff, and then just kind of leave it at that. It doesn't need to be super high level, I suppose. But yeah, things on tracks. That sounds really cool. The Meisho shuttle loop is interesting. Those are very interesting coasters, and I'm sad that there's, as far as I know, just the one left, I guess, at Rasudzu now, which was a lot of fun. Also a little terrifying. All right. Let's reinforce our seawall a little bit here. What I need to figure out is what I want this exterior, or not exterior, but the walkway out here into the out to the pier to be, because we've got the brick look, so I don't really want to go with brick on top. I think it's going to be some kind of not a, maybe a tarmac. I don't know. It might be like a kind of gravelly looking mulch. Maybe actually this may not be a bad idea. Let's test a couple of these. And then I think we've got a wall piece for this. I downloaded a whole bunch of new scenery from Extreme, who I said before was listening to the VODs of the streams here, and being so kind as to help build build a bunch of scenery for us, including, not limited to all of this great deco type pieces here. So it is fantastic, and we will be making good use of it. Hey, welcome, Desert Nessie. How are you? And yeah, absolutely, Fred. Totally agree. So that's why we need to figure out what we're building here and figure out kind of the best way to do it. So this being nice, now we can finally replace those pieces that we had. And I don't know if I want to replace the column pieces here. I think I probably do. Because we've got now a piece that will work for it and match everything else. So that's going to be really, really nice. And so we've got a whole bunch of new pieces of scenery that we can work from. We've got a whole bunch of just brand new things. So our question mark tab is growing, so at some point we may need to reorganize that a little bit, but we'll see how far we get. All right, so let's do the rest of this and see how it shapes up. Because the one thing that I'm worried about is it appears that the wall piece of this puts a line every section, which actually may not be a bad thing. We might just be able to do like a vertical column or something. Quarter roof on the carousels, roof black where it needs to be green. Probably so. Let's have a look. Okay. Aha! Good spot. Made it a good 2 streams without noticing that. I'm all for petting zoos, so I will gladly add that. Actually, that's a really good idea. We'll have to put that in, and honestly, it could be in like the Roanoke area too, because I'm gonna struggle to find some things for that. But the so when I do theme parks in real life, so my wife's is not the biggest of theme park fans, and the way that I am able to get to the parks that I am and still keep a happy wife is by balancing it with museums and things like that. But when the theme park has a petting zoo, I get a free pass, and it does not count against my balance to museums. So it is in my best interest to find a park with petting zoo. It's fun. But hey, Soap, welcome. How are you? You having a good afternoon? Congrats on getting your park released over there on New Element. Glad that that finally came out. I know it was a bit of a wait there, but good to see that. There we go. Let's go with this corner. Put these kind of regularly along. This is going to be a little harder, I think, to make this not show up glitchy. But let's play with it. See if we can get there. Question being is should I push this whole thing out just a little bit to get some more theming in here? I guess my worry is the space that I've created for this area is not huge, and I want to make sure that we can still get some kind of a structure of something in here. So we have one kind of main space here, then one more. So I may actually push this whole thing down one. Let's look at that. Actually, there we go. Always a good feeling to get your park released. And then it's to enjoy the comments and everything else. Hopefully you get some folks commenting on it. I'll get it on my review as soon as I can get there. I haven't settled on a theme just yet. It's probably just going to be some type of naval battle. I'm assuming. I just don't really know what else I want to do with it. But we'll have some ship parts and other things in there. It'll probably be on the smaller scale, only because we don't have a lot of space. I mean, that's part of the reason I'm expanding this out at the moment. But this is where we'll settle. So, hey Belgian guy, yeah, we're going early today. My wife's off getting her hair colored, so I am here doing this to get it out of the way so we can have dinner and stuff when she comes back. So this is her birthday weekend, so that's why I'm not streaming tomorrow, because we're doing birthday stuff. So that's why we're getting it out of the way today, and a little earlier than usual. As far as schedule things also, next year, we will, or next year, geez, next week, I will not be on. We won't be streaming. We going out to the 24 Hours Daytona sports car race. So we will be back with RCT in 2 weeks from now. And I think we're going to still do Parkitect this Thursday. I'm trying to think of anything else that would get in the way. So Media Day is coming up for the Icebreaker coaster, which is the roller coaster I worked on. And so I will be doing Media Day type stuff, but I don't know, I don't think it goes late. I think it's all morning, so that shouldn't affect my streaming there. But yeah, I think it's a little bit of an early morning. I need to double check with my person and make sure that I've got what I need. But yeah, we're excited. I'm ready to show it off. Okay, so let's see here. You'd be amazed though at the folks from from like websites and things that do get invited, and all that. So the official opening for Icebreaker is February 18th. Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff coming. It should be good. The pass holder. So the 27th is the media day, and then the pass holder preview starts the next day. So 28th is I don't know how it's done, but I think it's like the platinum pass and whatever else, other stuff like that, and then. Yeah, no 7-hour wait for that. I think we'll be modest at best. The nice thing is that the coasters at our park tend to not have huge lines, so we'll see how it goes. But it is a lot of fun, and it's a good ride. I've been enjoying the laps that I've been taking the past couple of days, just getting everything set and getting it all ready. Where's my fence? Looking for the diagonal post and rope fence. I know that it's here. But where is it? Anybody remembers the name of that? Let me know. Okay, we got quarter diagonal mesh fence. Although you'd be surprised, you'll be surprised at the strength of the airtime on Icebreaker. It's stronger than Mako. which I mean, not surprising with Mako being floater, but yeah, the after the top hat, there's two really good hills right in a row that are just fantastic and have some pretty thigh crushing airtime. I mean, not like Skyrush level, but by the time I was off of doing a number of rides the other day, I was feeling it. B&M don't go -1, so they go basically between 0 and -1. So typically you're going to see it at like generally 0, but it'll front and back a car. You might see up to like -0.5 or so. All right, I swear I have this fence somewhere. I know I've seen it. It might be a multi-tile. It might be empty. Is it? Let's see. Fence. Big Potna, how are you? Unfortunately, the Ducks command does not work right now. We just got the new save format in OpenRCT, and the whole thing has broken. Unfortunately, the Twitch integration. So it's being fixed, and once it's fixed, we will have ducks galore. But hopefully, there's some ducks around right now. I'm actually surprised there's not. Huh. I swear it's it must be multi-tile. I just don't know where. I think I found every single other fence, and all the half diagonal versions of it now. Yeah, the empty flyers comments. Good. It uses Icebreaker uses the standard Premier lap bar with the comfort collar attachment, which is the big joke within the enthusiast community of comfort collar. Aha, there's one, but it's not is it recolorable? It says it is. Rope chain fence. That's interesting. I wouldn't have called it chain. Hey, 526, how are you? Well, welcome, and thanks for stopping by. We're trying this on Saturday today, not for only for the one-off here, but we'll be back to Sundays here later. Hey, Pete for Live, how are you? Thanks for stopping in. All right, I am struggling trying. Now that I've found the fence, now I just gotta actually find it in the thing. And here it is. It's not recolorable, despite the fact that it says that it is. I swear I have this on other benches. Alright, first of all, let me get rid of that one because I don't want it. Alright. Alright. Get rid of this. Alright, let's go on a hunt, see if we can find this. Okay. So, save, and I want to say I've got the Sinwa shoes on Highland, so let's go. Check out Washoes on Highland Rainbow Summit. Alright. Enjoy the Ultra Twister while I search for files. Ooh. I'm good. We're hoping to move this one along a little bit. Alright. We got the diagonal here of this, but I'm sure that a colorable version of that diagonal fence exists. I know it must. I just don't know what it's called. Okay, it's just fence quarter rope everywhere else. Well, that's news too, because I could have sworn that I used it in this park somewhere, like in the village or something. Huh. Wow. That seems like a surprising gap. I would have expected that there would have been um, more push for something like that. Huh. Well, okay. Then let's. I guess we'll just leave it alone for now. Um, I'll ask Extreme for that one later. Extreme, if you're watching the VOD for this, request for colorable diagonal post and rope fence. It's honestly still one of my go-to fences because it's not. It's how do I say this? It's a friendly fence. Like I feel like the mesh is more of a like back of house, like stay out of here type fence. The um, the fence that we were using over here on the carousel has a nice vibe to it. It's got a classy vibe, but it's also got that metal. It's very cold. It's got that I don't know, kind of just more kind of commercial type fence in there. I feel like the post and rope feels very natural. Feels not like it's trying to keep you out, but guide you along. So I think that that's helpful as far as that goes. Maybe that's putting too much too much thought into it, but um, I don't know. I like that fence. Is the short of it. All right. So I will continue to use these fire hydrants as mooring pieces. All right, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Maybe we'll just stick with this. Now we did have the fort out here, and the question was going to be how we wanted to do this fort. So I've got the brick deco as well that we can use. Substitute color. Shoot. Nice look, although no. And no other RCT stream where you're getting fence analysis like that. Characterization of friendliness of fence types. We'll have a ranking here soon. If there was going to be a half diagonal, it seems like it would be here. I've been trying to avoid purpose or half diagonals without total purpose, so I'm kind of why I haven't really done any of them yet. But when we do get to it, that's going to be the thing. The problem is once you do it one place, you kind of really have to carry it around, and we haven't done anything over here, so that's to be determined. Fence stream coming soon. I did actually have an ask, or maybe not an ask, but just an interesting comment the other day about a video suggestion to from somebody who doesn't really play with a lot of custom scenery, and they suggested that I do a video series on YouTube that's basically a what's in my park bench type thing, and basically go through like what are the useful objects if you wanted to build big trees, like which are the best ones to pick, or if you want to do custom supports, which are the ones to do, or if you want a certain type of wall material, what are the options that you have out there, and basically just kind of analyze what stuff is out there, where to find it, and things like that. So I thought that could be kind of an interesting premise. Yeah, that's a hard part for me with this half diagonal thing. Is it throws off what I'm used to for one. So it's partly me being a grumpy old man, and partly me just not really liking the way that it looks up against the overall kind of design. I like having some kind of a bulkhead along here, but I don't think it needs to be as big as this. Maybe we always Give this a try. Sort of like pillar out here. But yeah, so if that YouTube series seems like it could be interesting, then I might think about how to make that one happen. Not that I don't have an endless supply of park reviews to still do, but it's something different. Okay, so this fort probably wants to have some kind of detail. That not quite sure what to do with yet. Let's jump over to our photos. So we've been doing some research here of different parts and pieces. There's a shot that has a, let's see here, I think it was just colonial Boston Harbor. Here we go. Oh, not that one. This one. So here's the wall. It looks like it's tall and slopes in a little bit. It's got a walkway around the top. It's got some turrets on the side and like a little building in the middle. Obviously, we don't have that kind of space, so we're gonna have to do like a smaller version of that. I think could be okay. The blocks look pretty big too, though. I want to build a particle accelerator or something similar. That is awfully specific. I don't know though. That's a that's a new one for me. My guess is that yes, at some point someone has, but it's also been a lot of years of RCT. So I find that typically when something comes along, it generally has been done to some extent, but the question is to what extent? All right, so we'll start by building some little bit of a lip to the edge here. And this was always just a placeholder for the material. I don't know if we want to do brick in here. Okay. And we'll do 4 there. Well, kind of which corner of the tile you're on when you're out over the water. Turn. There we go. Okay. So the real walls slope inwards, which we can't really do unless we want to get real clever with pieces and thicknesses. But I'm not sure I do. I think that would end up looking a little bit too forced, which is typically what I'd like to avoid. But we can at least get this down. And then put this in, and then that gives us a nice little entrance there. It also opens it up just a little bit, so when we do put some of these taller walls up, you can still see out. that's another point for sure. The scaling is not quite the right size to not quite the right size to go anything smaller, but that's okay. We can. That doesn't look good. Let's see what it looks like with the brick stacked on top. Gotta figure out what the right color of brick is. Okay, super dark. Brown. We could do a. Nope. There it goes. You can do like a sandstone. That may not be a bad idea, just up against the rest. Let me see if Liam's got a brick wall version of that. Okay. There we are. Yeah, the dark gray I like to a point, and then the fact that it takes away the kind of nice nice shading that you have on a lot of the objects, and ends up looking a little weak. Okay. Actually, I can kind of do a little bit of aging with that, maybe. Okay, real ones are curved, but we don't have the ability to. Well, that's a lie. We don't want to do the curved here, or at least I don't want to spend on the curve. Basically looking at this like a forced perspective. It could, yeah. Although it might be more towards the bottom than the top, but let's see what that'll do. It's always worth a try. Never too much to give it a shot. I think at this point we're doing two things first. We want to get our formwork correct, and then once the formwork is right, then we can look at coloring. Hey Rob, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. That's also true. Depends on how busy the park maintenance team is, if they're going to actually look at it as theming or if they actually clean it. I actually, years ago, one of my early projects at our park, we did this like themed Coca-Cola stand, and it was a the friendly brick texture. Yeah, it's like our fences. We're doing friendly objects only today. Um, but we did this Coca-Cola structure, and the pillars were painted and like theme painted, so they look sort of like crackled paint and aging and things like that. And um, I came out one day after we had opened it to our maintenance guys painting it over, and I was like, "What happened?" And they were like, "Well, it's dirty." And I was like, "No, no, it's themed. It's themed. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be like that." And they were like, "Oh," but it was too late. It was already painted over. So, yeah, not not my favorite moment when my theming got removed, but so it goes. Okay, let's. I'm not certain that this is what we're looking for just yet. Hmm. Some sort of opening here. And I will also need a flag at one point. I had a manhole cover here. Is this on the quarter tile? It is. Just love those made-up sounding phobias, but actually is somewhat concerning at times. Hey, Backrack, welcome. Thanks for coming out. How you doing today? Having a nice Saturday? Okay. I think we want a. I don't know if we want to do dark gray or not. Oh, that's too thick. Shoot. Man. I don't really want another object just to cover that kind of edge. But we do probably want some sort of fence, maybe. Maybe we do this. There we go. My hope is that when the custom rides become somewhat more common, that we will see somebody re-release a suspended coaster that's got the Banks track. It might be a bit of a pipe dream, but would like to see it. So there's a part of me that almost would like to take um, this little fort here and just make it not even peep accessible, because the scale is just smaller, so it almost works as essentially a little kind of diorama just off in the distance. I don't know. I think there have been quite a few case studies as to why they do indeed need the banked corners. But I do like those kind of coasters, and I wish that there were more of them. I'm looking forward to hopefully get to Chessington this year and knock off the last of them that I need to do. Yeah, Ninja's a good one, and honestly, it's probably the best one that's currently standing. Would be my thought. I think. Son of Beast was terrible. You're not missing anything. It was not a good ride. Certainly for the history of what it is interesting, but Son of Beast was not great. Alright, let's paint all this right now. I mean, yeah, I suppose, but you've got Gravity Group ones doing that these days. Granted, it's not a traditional loop, but the loop didn't really do anything for you. Honestly, it was the best part of the ride because it was the only part that was smooth. But it was, sorry. Take this guy. I'd like to encroach even further on that if we could, but I'm not sure I can. This is a very small scale compared to what we've been building. Yeah, the problem with Son of Beast is that it wasn't that it was just like a rough coaster. Right? It was a jackhammering. Like I can ride a good rough wooden coaster and enjoy it, but the jackhammering just it was awful. It was just so bad. And for the height that it had, it just didn't do anything with the speed, which was a shame. I mean, I don't know who decides that some couple giant helixes are going to be the right way to go about that because it was the absolute worst decision. I'm surprised that there's not better accessibility to some of them, Rob. I figured at least a few of them would be reasonably easy to get to. Yeah, hopefully Thorpe with the new one there will help. I'm still shaking my head at that. They needed an airtime coaster. Yeah, Son of Beast was probably in my bottom couple back when I had ridden it, and granted, I've ridden a number more now, and it's also been a while since I've ridden that one. But it was not good at the time, and I can't imagine it would have been good now. Okay, let's. Sounds like Dollywood going up to Pigeon Forge. Not the last thing you want to do in most cases. Yeah, standard would look bad, and it does. Oh, disaster transport. Disaster transport wasn't rough. I wouldn't really call the bobsleds rough. They were just, that was just a weird ride. It just wasn't fabulous. There's plenty of decent ones up there. A decent park, though, I think is the thing. I don't know if smaller family park counts as that. Don't quite like that. Maybe. It always does surprise me about the amount of hate that Blackpool gets, which is interesting to me. But like I said, I don't. It's not unexpected because I'm used to that with places around here. I mean, we talked about that on the Discord the other day about Miami. I mean, Miami's a crap hole, so it's. But you know. I think it's both. As in, you can get the wristband as well, though, can't you? Or is it fully gated? I didn't realize if it was or not. This may be something we come back and revisit just a little bit later because I'm not sure I like the overall look. I do need the little top piece of this. I think this is under base block. Let's see. Actually, it's probably under the 1K. I do need cannons. We'll turn them into water cannons as well. Alright, do we have the barrels or anything like that? We have the one that's sitting upright, but we don't have the barrel on its side, which we should get. Yeah, I'll have to decide if I want to come out to the state fair this year or not. If they've got any new coaster or a coaster that I haven't done yet. A blood on wall. Never fails to be entertaining reading through Kumba's object selection and names. Alright, I need this piece just in the quarter. And this one, unlike the fence I know exists, it's just I gotta find it. I simultaneously love and hate Coaster Bill's names. I love the fact. Aha! There, oh, it was already selected. Damn. I love the fact that they are what they are. I hate the fact that I have to deal with them when I'm scrolling through all of the things that I don't want to build half of his park. I don't want to get the two objects that build like an entire area of his spot. Poster build disaster bench should be hilarious. Well, that actually looks surprisingly terrible. Okay. Then I guess we'll go with I mean, this is not surprising with Bill. I don't like any of these options so far for a top piece, but we can come back to it. Okay, so we have our little fort at least. Although I like the curves because then the curves can be very easily fudged if you can't get the support in just the right spot and sit somewhere else. Supporting is therapeutic. Nice. I know you don't like doing it, Fred. I think it's a lot of fun. I do like supporting. If it was the reverse of that, I think it would, from a crown molding standpoint. But I could. I'll see what this does. Okay. This is one of the challenges too of streaming, is keeping track of what people's names are on New Element versus on Discord versus on Twitch, and trying to remember them all. Alright, that's fine. Hey, no worries. Gingerbread, that's fun. Is it just because it's inside the fort, Fred? The vanilla castle piece's shading isn't quite right. We'll stick with this for now, and then if we want to make some changes later, we can do it. Probably worth getting a little marker here. No, it's up against the side. Thanks. Yeah, we rebuilt it a little bit, and we also redid the dock here. One of the other things that I think we can do is plan for this as our cue for our ship's walkthrough, and then that way we should be able to get a proper walkthrough here with the, I guess, miniature golf. I don't know. I have to think through it a little bit. I'm not feeling any more prepared, to be honest. It's just I'm still having trouble coming up with what we're doing for a lot of these things. So we're starting with the kind of low-hanging fruit of this area and trying to build out some of these textures, things like that, colors, whatever, and then from there we'll see what we can get. I don't think the Mothman legend came about until far a bit later. Or am I wrong about that? If it did, that is an interesting theme option. Yeah, I think the little fort looks pretty good here. I think the plan that I've got is to really just try and start here and then push backwards. So I wanted to set all of the stuff in place over here, and it's never going to work just with the size of the buildings and making sure that I get everything kind of situated just right. Um, I can't put this dark ride in yet until I know what I'm doing over here. Um, so I think what I need to do is build the station for this. I need to build these three little buildings that we saw in the one piece of artwork, and then I need to build our pathway on the front, and then kind of push further in and see how that goes. And I think to what we had talked about the last time about not being sure how we wanted to set all this in here, I think what I want to do is have a pathway that runs pretty much the whole way for anybody who wants to do some ride interaction. And then we can have our actual buildings here. We ought to probably have the like a shipping kind of slide, perhaps. Nope, that's not the right one. Textured one somewhere around here. Or maybe it's not on the bench. This bears thinking about just a little further. Pull that down. The shipbuilding would come out of my building, but we. Okay, so maybe you can come over on this side and it's a dead end. Come out on this side, it's dead end, and then this is our. Wood doesn't line up on the boardwalk. Where do you mean? Where do you mean isn't lining up? Grab the. Okay. Building block quarter castle is the one that I want. Got a little bit more texture on it. Oh yeah, the diagonals are like that unless you have the two diagonals. Sometimes it doesn't line up, so it's just something you got to put up with unless you have an object maker who has made two of those types of pieces. I just don't want the big one. There it is. Yeah, so it's a fixed rotation. So you can see here. Well, maybe you can't because it's dark, but so the bricks in here both go this way. But when we turn it, they now go this way, or at least this one does. This one's fixed. So sometimes they turn with it, sometimes they are fixed. So the right way to do it is to have two separate objects that one goes this way and one goes this way, but that doesn't usually happen. Out a little bit. Let's see which of these is going to be most visible. Okay. On that side, at least, it's somewhat reasonable. Need the 1/4 piece there. Yeah, that's the thought, is just a little boat launch. Do you think the you mean the half slope? I guess my problem is that I'm running out of space to do it. We could probably fit it in a little further. Hmm. I mean, we could push it back. There's nothing saying that we can't. Let's start over and push it back. Oops. Let's think through this a little better as well. About how we want all these parts and pieces. Let's look at some options. I'm just Googling a couple of thoughts here. Yeah, the lower slope is probably better. Oh, I did forget to change the screen, but that's okay, we're already back. But you can take a shot if you want still. Let's pull that out. I guess it doesn't need to go the whole way. Like it can be above water. Yeah, I forgot to change the screen. Actually, in the opposite direction than usual. Hmm. Well, this is where I'm a little bit stuck because I want to make sure we have enough space for our building here, but I also want to make sure that it's the right spot for the building. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, I got my water here, but all right. Losing weight slowly, slowly but surely. Hopefully. Shot the soy sauce. Go. You got this. Maybe we do it like this. Maybe this is our shipbuilder building. And then we could have a piece of it that comes off the side here. Have another piece of it off to this side. There you go. The low sodium stuff is good. Still tastes like soy sauce. At least it does to me. Okay, we'll continue this over. So we're gonna have like some kind of big doors here, I guess. And then it's probably gonna be a 4x building. But in actuality, that building is doing that kind of thing. And yeah, Splash Battle's chugging away. It's doing well. And then we'll have one here, and the question is, do we want a second one? Is that going to squeeze our view of the harbor too much? If we put this here, that means that I only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles worth viewing of the splash battle from the general path, unless you come out here onto the walkway. So I think the answer there is it is too much, because I think we want this to be open. So one building there will work. And from a building standpoint, we could always do some stuff here if we want. Oops. Then it just might be kind of down the lake or the river side here a little bit. Big Pot, now what do you mean by park creator map? As in like sandbox? So this is a workbench that had a set of kind of preloaded objects that I've been modifying pretty much the entire time. Big blank workbench that we've are taking and we're basically turning into the park that we want to build. So it's just no goals, no requirements, no anything like that. It's just a matter of build what we want to build. So we've chosen to do this kind of colonial America sort of thing, and that's what's going to take our time. Because we're using custom scenery and because I build like molasses, it's going to take forever, and it is probably a year or more away. Cat, what are you doing? Or the cat just dove face first into the blinds of the window. But yeah. So, hey, Darth Golf Ball. I love that name. That's hilarious. How are you today? Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. So we're going to continue to build our dock here, I guess. And it'll go one more. This can be a nice walkway for the... Alright, I lied. It's not going to be a year. It's going to be like 3. See, the difference here, Rob, is that I've actually got to produce something once a week for up to 4 hours. So that's the challenge, is I've got to actually build something on stream, because I don't think anybody's going to sit here and watch me go, for 4 hours staring at a map, which is what usually happens. We're going to see how this method works, and if it does, then we'll build more parks like this. But typically, my park build time is anywhere from 2 years, which is the best case for a detailed custom scenery park, to, well, I've got one that's 11 years old and still going. So that's, yeah. I am to some extent with this. Like, I'm at the point where I'm trying to where I'm at least trying to get something down, and then if I want to go back later and rework it, then I will. And I think there's going to be a fair amount of this kind of thing where I do go back afterwards and kind of edit and make this a little bit better, because I wouldn't exactly call this all of the spotlight quality just yet. But I think, you know, when we look at something like this, I think we're getting there, and it took a couple of tries to get to that, but I'm not quite sure some of this stuff is there yet. So it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment as we go along and try and build out a little bit more. Oh, don't start too many. That was always my problem, is I'd start too many and get either overwhelmed or just disinterested, and then it would all be gone. So that is my warning there. Or you can be like Rob and you can start an entrance and it'll be gorgeous, and then you just won't finish it. Because I built the coaster and then he would build the entrance. Usually that was how we went back and forth. The big thing with the rebuilding is just to make sure that if you do rebuild, don't pull a Pacific Coaster and build an entire park and then rebuild that entire park again. If you got the patience to do it, then I mean, sure, I guess you could by all means do it. But the problem at that point is you've developed yourself over a year, and you don't really want to just keep on going back and reworking, because then it's an endless spiral. So if you can, crank it out, push it out, be done with it, and then move on to the next one, take your learnings, and go from there. To me, that's a bigger key as far as that goes. Okay. So this will be some kind of... Sounds good, have fun. Wife gets what she wants. The benefit of being pregnant. Okay, I think this can have a little bit of a gap off of here, perhaps. A small Parkitect park would be kind of fun from a small scale, and Honestly, my biggest issue is I have trouble doing small scale because I keep wanting to build more stuff beyond it. But that would be a good way to start in Parkitect, um, just because there is so much cool stuff in that game, and I have really been enjoying my time playing that. Okay. Oh, good. Yeah, get it up and get it submitted and see how it goes. It's a good start. Hope we get good feedback and all that. Oh, for Jen's birthday tomorrow, we're gonna do one of those paint things where you go out and go with a group and they do like a painting class. So this one is Paint Your Pets. So she found it. So um, we're basically going through and painting. I guess I'm painting the dog and she's painting the cat, I guess, with some pre-submitted photos that they're gonna like prep for us. That should be kind of fun. And then there's a good Indian food place that she enjoys, so we are going to go do that. Yeah, that'll be our uh, little link. So maybe not. I don't think dog would take so kindly to that. Where is she? She's falling on the floor. Oh, she must be out front. I'm slowly coming around to Indian food. I was never the biggest fan of it, but Jen's gotten me more into it. I don't like things with a lot of sauce. Like I'm not a huge curry fan, which I know is probably sacrilege, and I'm not super big into some of those sorts of things, um but I'm slowly getting more into it, and there's this lamb dish that I really like at the place that we go now, so more than happy to go for that. And also garlic naan bread because you can't say no to naan bread. I will. Curry's the national dish. Hey, Extreme, how are you? Ooh, tandoori chicken, good. You got to get Cheeky Nando's, right? We have Nando's here, which I thought was interesting. I had Nando's when we were in where was that? Toronto, maybe? Yeah, it was near the airport. Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I need Extreme. Has anybody ever built this fence in colorable? I found one that was a multi-tile from Kong that was called colorable, um, but it it wasn't. um, I don't know if anybody's ever done it either in the quarter or the full tile diagonal. So that's a weird one. But yeah, we mentioned that one earlier, but it'll be fine. The guests can be balanced. We just won't serve any beer in this area, or maybe we will, and we'll just watch for the amusement. Okay. This side probably wants to be more of this dock, perhaps. You need to just pull the bill method, Rob, and just have Extreme build your park in one object. It's true. So all the splash battle guests, instead of getting water guns, get oars, and the idea is to beat the people down from trying to climb into the boats that have fallen into the water. So um, that's the strategy. Hmm. Trying to decide if I like that setup or not. High pressure water cannons. You get a drink from the fire hose. Also, if anybody gets that reference, I will be enjoying myself, also dating myself. Biryani, I'll have to look at that. The one that I'm doing now is called Lambuna, Bhuna, I think. Yeah, I plead half the park by accident. Okay. Not the reference I was looking for, but I'll take it. Let's take a good Seinfeld reference. Okay. So I think that's although it was Kramer. That's the, or I forget what's his actual name. Well, I guess the thing that's standing, that's it, Michael Richards. It was UHF was the one that I was thinking of. The one with Weird Al. This little section of wood dock just doesn't quite fit. Like I kind of want to make it this one, but I'm not sure. At least this looks like a complete kind of package build right here versus that. So I don't know. This seems like it ought to be some kind of a restaurant, maybe. You think the stone? See how it looks. It probably does look better, and then it'll just continue on out into the space. And actually what we can do is cut this guy in half. Although we have the wrong facing direction of planks there. Let's grab the whole pieces here. Yeah, I'm looking for the diagonal one. I've got, this is the colorable one here that I'm using, which more or less is the same color as the default. It's just slightly different. I guess I just want to be difficult is all. Okay, so that looks okay, and then potentially this carries across. Okay, so maybe this does go here, 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 and then call it one more, and then this is over the water, so then instead it's okay on this side. That's it's okay. Trying to figure out how to do this in a 2x2 space is just not, or a 2x space is not gonna work. Hey, thanks. Yeah, using your new pieces to advantage here just to get this one to work. It's a little bit of an out of scale thing, but I think it works as maybe a set piece. Once the peeps get to there, it's going to look kind of out of scale, but we'll see how it goes. One of the thoughts that I had as I've been trying to build different things is a set of open doors. So like this scenery piece here, this wood door, would be really cool if we could split this down the middle, rotate them 90 degrees, and have them kind of set here so like the doors are basically propped open. And have that for a couple of different like shapes or colors or textures or whatever. Just that you can have an open door that doesn't take up the entire tile width. Since doors of that width aren't necessarily common, or if it is, just it's two kind of leaves of the door, I suppose. But this one being not the full tile width would be kind of neat to do. And then, right, and I guess the downside of this, and now I'm overthinking it too much, would be not having a wall just on the little strip on the edge, which I guess you could fill in. I think in this case, I would just fill in with the quarter pieces here and do it that way. But you could always do an opening, basically just kind of a cased opening of some sort. I just thought it would be cool to be able to have this door, say, propped open, and then the guests walking in and out of it are doing a little more stuff with it. I'm so glad this is working with the watching the construction of the silverware. So if you missed the stream the last time, we've got our little silversmith guy back here working, and I wanted to have him stop and watch. So it's like an object sort of thing, so a demonstration. So we built a Virginia reel underneath it here, and just named it silverware since this is a silversmith shop. So then they'll actually stop and watch the construction of it. But the way that it reads here is like they're watching the construction of the silversmith. So that one I'm pretty proud of. That worked really well. But yeah, I would agree with you, Extreme. This is the best looking area so far, I think. I do need to edit out these topiaries. I know that was one of the things, but I'm not quite sure what to do with that yet. We'll figure out where that one goes. But yeah, so a lot of this side could be spruced up, and hopefully will be at some point. And also, as per my usual thing for those who haven't been around for previous ones, if you want to be a staff member in the park, just let me know which one you want, either handyman, mechanic, security guard, or entertainer. And if it's an entertainer, which one, which costume. There's, 9, 10 different costumes, I guess. So if you want that, just let me know. Little object mechanic. Oh. Yes, you will be an entertainer by the teacups. I'll have to put you in one of these little shops here somewhere. Desert Nessie, yes. Your request to be the bobsled coaster. the actual bobsled coaster itself. We'll have the Rob Altunas bobsled coaster. I like it. The bobsled coaster, that's good. Alright, that one made me laugh. That was good. Alright, I need to get a little bit of diagonal going on in here, so I'll put these objects to good use. Not those, these. Can be the center lake. Robbie 92, not Memorial Day because you're not dead, I guess. I don't know if your screen name's gonna fit. Oh, so we already have the memorial for all of our RCT careers, just up here on the little hillside. So every time we drown somebody or any of that, so we add a nice little gravestone. You could freeze them while drowning. You could be, yes. Hang on. Pause that. List. Seven. I know, I need to get the peep editor. I don't have them just yet. Okay. So there you are, Rob. We've got you set up. Name for the spinner. Where it's in your boardwalk area, right? Now, are we talking like surfer vibes, or is this like Louisiana boardwalk where it's just disappointing and smells like pee? Okay, like a Pontchartrain Beach. Good question. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. And that's on the nose then. And I'm sure you told me that before, and then I just forgot. It could be classic car, like a Thunderbird or a. I don't know what else. Oh, I need to lower this whole thing. Hey, Mav. Welcome in. You working today? You getting? Wow, they got you. They got you working on the weekends. Busy, busy. A new job to pay the bills. All right. Go level. Lower this just to make that transition a little more smooth. Ooh, very nice. Well, good luck. Present well, or prepare well. This can be lowered back down again. So at the very least, even though we haven't really made any headway into Boston itself, we're getting the formwork set up to do so. That feels okay. Okay. We want these files here. You all have red usernames, and it's hard. I have to look closely to make sure that I can tell who's talking. It's usually pretty good because everybody's got something different, or at least different enough. There you go. I think mine is cyan typically, or something. Blue, I guess. I thought I used a different color for general chat. Maybe it's different when... I don't know. Release that and hide that. I was gonna make like a little inlet sort of deal here with rock, but this is true. You've got a theme going on there. Guess we're getting lost or stuck in your path. Where are they getting lost or stuck? You're lost. There's literally one. Okay, I guess there's not. I was gonna say there's literally one path, but I guess we did mix up a lot of this kind of stuff. But there's really one path back home if they're trying. Oh, I swear this one we need a chat command for forgetting to leave the music ride on, because then all the guests try and find it. We'll turn that off. How's the agility course doing? I'm doing okay. I still want to see this get 255 people in the maze now that we can do that. Maybe that'll be another day. We ought to have just a an RCT shitposting day instead of actually building the park. We just screw around with stupid crap like that. Could make it unsolvable, yeah. One, two. I actually did, although I think they probably reset. I wonder if that's something that'll be fixable with the new save format, is the ability for us to get stats that can freeze more so. Even with those guests lost, we're still maintaining a pretty good park rating. Not that I think it really matters for anything, but a little dip there. I don't know what happened in like April 15th or so. April 10th, maybe? Oh. Guess something went down. I was gonna say I've had it open long enough. That wasn't the time that we drowned that family, was it? Exactly. At least the scenery's nice wherever they are. And don't worry, we did take care of that family. They got a 4-pack of fast passes to mourn the loss of their grandfather. A better way to mourn the loss of a loved one than on the Crucible. Oh, I used to do the maze thing too on graph paper. He made some pretty gigantic ones. I always liked doing that. I guess that was sort of a common thing, wasn't it? So the only downside of putting the buildings along the side here is that now the entrance is going to be sort of weird as you come into Boston, and we need to still figure out how that's going to happen. Because we're at, okay, where are we level here? Yeah, we're at 3 high. We want to get across probably at 1 high here and drop down. So the question's going to be, how do we do that? What do we do? What do we do up here? Do we still go with this thing? I think the idea of the ruined fort may still be a pretty decent way to do. It would be kind of cool too to make a. I guess it depends on how much kind of crumble there would be at this time, and that's thinking about theme too hard, because I would start to kind of pull apart like this pier, and then have like just the poles kind of sticking out further. But I don't know. Boston. I like a good accent. Get Steve here in the chat. You can talk some Northeast, New England. Oh yeah, Baltimore accent test. Aaron earned an iron urn. It's true. They'd come fix it up and be like, "Hey, we built you a dock." I'd be like, "Damn it, that wasn't a dock. That was theming." These peeps are so optimistic that something's going to happen on the other side here. Maybe it will. So the building here should be pretty good. Imagine only being able to walk on pathways. That the fact that it's like, oh, wait, it's paved over there. Nope, but it's not. We gotta respect the rules. Okay, and I need to figure out how I want to do the general kind of pavement in the space, because as we saw from some of the artwork from Boston, it seems like it was still mostly dirt streets and everything, but we're not doing that in the game. This is true, although I'm sure we can find some vandalism around here, in which case that will be right back to normal theme park guest behavior. Here's a normal theme park guest behavior. This dude standing on the train tracks taking pictures and drinking. Yeah, that's a normal theme park guest. He's ready. Yep, they checked their brain at the door. The brain did not fit in the overhead luggage storage on the airplane, so it got left back at home. So it seems the minimum I can really do, if I wanted to kind of go down and cross over, is that. Just like one more extra. I mean, I could probably hack it so they can go back and forth across the same spot. We'll play with that, because I do want to activate that ship. I want to make it into something interesting. One potential unforeseen challenge, well, foreseen I guess now, is that we're gonna have a ship's mast that's gonna be like this tall, so we're gonna kind of block the block this building facade. So we should still be able to see it from the other side, at least a little bit. Yeah, that's good. I think this is the pathway that I want to use, or path type anyway, but we'll see. And then as far as structure goes, we'll have this roof here. This roof here. And then maybe we can get something. I know last time we were looking at like off the diagonal here, which would have been really cool. Ooh. Okay. If we can come across this way. All right, sounds good. Let me know how the soup is. Because I don't think I want to go one across. 4 seems too big. 3 seems about right. And we can also just do the door as a single piece. Challenge is I'm not sure we've got the roof types to do a proper pitched roof on 3, but I don't know. We'll look at it and then see. I'm not quite certain that's what I want to do just yet. Don't want to push the easy button for all of the things that I need, all my custom objects. But it is really convenient. Not gonna lie. Okay, so it would seem to me that the teacups wants to go like right here as you come into the land. And that way we've got an attraction on this side, an attraction on this side, then something kind of down the middle here with the dark ride. A little bit of a stretch, but that's okay. Oh no. Alright, is everybody back? Lost you for a minute there. For just a moment. Yay! Alright, welcome back. Nope, just my internet being lousy. We're good now, though. Okay. As is tradition, yes. That'll be a chat command, too. It was usually around this time, back when I streamed earlier. Totally a thing. Alright. Yeah, there was a while there where I was losing it like super consistently, but it does seem to go out almost once a stream around the same amount of time in, which is weird because I started an hour earlier this time. Well, speaking of starting, it's probably about time for the break because I need to refill my water anyways. Okay, why don't we do this? We'll take a break, get some more water, use the bathroom, all that. So yeah, if you've been sitting here the whole time, get up and stretch because it's good for you. And we will be back in like 2 minutes. So, all right, yeah, you can get the rum and coke. I gotta lose weight, so I would love to have a rum and coke. I got a lot of nice rum sitting over there right now that are staring me in the face, and it's a sad time. But it's the weekend. It's never too early for rum. Only about 3. You're fine. if anybody else got a rum and coke or anything else, let me know, because that sounds nice. I think my my first soda that I will have since the new year will be next weekend, probably while I'm at the race. There's not a whole lot to do for a 24-hour race besides eat and drink and snack and do that sort of thing. So I'll have one there, and that'll be it. All right, the last coaster. You're almost done. You gotta post some shots of it once you're finished. Always a good feeling once you hit that kind of final wrap up there and say, "Oh, all done." Okay. I would think a balance would be good, right? I guess it's hard to tell sometimes on those. Okay. So we have our kind of wood and our rock. Around here we've got this building, which is looking pretty alright, and then we want to kind of carry that into some other buildings here. So I'm trying to decide if we want to do splash battle here or what we want to do. Let's move our trigger here just a little bit so we can not worry about it. Because I think in this area now, this area now becomes our sort of central building here, like our gathering building. And then I would think that we buildings through here. And some buildings all along the backside here, pretty much across the whole damn thing. Ow. So there's going to be like a central couple of buildings here, maybe. Then this will head back to kids area. More buildings here. Yeah, I think our central piece here is going to be this what is it called? Just a like meeting house kind of thing. Do you think it'd be better to place coasters and some rides before building, or to just pan where they are and theme? No, plan where they are in theme first. In this instance, I want to plan up to the location because, as you can see, we're already pushing inwards. So we've already bumped back this whole area a good 4 tiles so far. Which means that this whole thing gets pushed back like 4 tiles. So if I had placed my ride here, then I'd be really out of scale and it wouldn't fit quite right. So in this instance, I want to theme up to the general location, and then we'll go from there. This is where RCT wins between that and Parkitect, in the fact that I can start a coaster right in the middle of it. So, like, let's say I know that I want my coaster interaction to be right at the back side of this pathway here, is I can at least just go through and say, okay, then I've got my, mine train coaster, and it's the base of that drop is right here, and then I can start it and say that's where we are, and leave that there until I get there, and if it's in the right spot, then I can just start building the ride from there, and then we're good to go. I don't like Parkitect's you got to start from the station approach, but with that build type and build system, I'm not really sure any other way around it, to be honest. We're gonna... Sorry, that got interrupted by a yawn. We're gonna have to theme this front facade so it doesn't look so flat. So the facade is gonna kind of come and go, I think, as far as size goes. We'll probably want to put some other buildings with it, perhaps. This should be like a continuous facade that's got sort of this thing going on, where we've got a whole back section of the building that's got a flat roof. That would make sense there. But I do think we can at least plan to figure out that the teacups is going to sit like here. Where did you come in? I could even go one closer, maybe. I'm gonna go too close. Future home of Eliza. Okay, 2, 4, 5. And that's dead space behind it. Just feels almost out of the area when we go back too far. Okay. This will be the teacups here then. There we are. Away for a little bit. Be the Boston Tea Party for those who don't understand history very well. Okay. It's kind of a nice wide entrance, but I'm expecting that I'm going to have some other things in between here, because otherwise we could slide this over one maybe. The thing is, we don't want to go too large as far as the pathways go. You figure here we're averaging about 2 wide, 3 wide in some spots. We have a good amount of planters and stuff in there. This bridge is essentially 2 wide diagonal. Really, I think we just need to go as close as we can get without ruining sight lines. Or in some of these instances, how do we screen this? We want to screen the heck out of that from the entry on this side. Like, we want that to be an actual kind of interesting entry. So we don't want it to be on the side of the building. Oh, maybe we are in this direction instead. And then that's where our covered bridge starts. I'm mostly thinking aloud at the moment, but I don't know if we're going to cover the teacups, because that's a big cover. I mean, even this block of building here, which is a 4x4, is going to be small compared to that. That's a 5x5. Okay. Let's look at these buildings again. So we've got these sort of, looks like almost pastel colored things with windows and with peaked roofs. Here we've got some stucco and brick exposed, tile roof, dormers. It's almost French looking back there. But a lot of these with the continuous sawtooth type roof. Okay. Which means that if we want to have first level, second level, try one more. You can always bring it down if we need to. We may need to. Oh, what can you do? Oh, shit. Good catch on that one. Good catch. Okay. Okay, I think we probably want to just leave it at that, and we'll bring it down by one. But let's figure out what the look's going to be as far as that goes. It's really just like continuous window pieces, and just sort of like this just all the way through. We could go one higher and it wouldn't get in our way. Those just feel so close together. But I guess you could call it just forced perspective if you really wanted to. And then I don't know what that's going to look like on the sides. We're putting windows there, or doors. Yeah, I guess these are basically warehouse type buildings. Probably our best bet is going to be sticking something on the side of it to make it look a little more broken up. So like maybe a market stall or something. that a try. I do like this wood texture. And then we'll use the overhang, give it a little bit of something. Like we said, we need something on the side here just to make this look less like a just very tall building. For now, let's assume we're going to use this path. That may change. Okay, oh, the wrong roof. This is the right one. I think we're going to get a lot of mileage out of this tile roof. We'll need some kind of a ridge on that because it doesn't read like two different ones. There we go. One, two, three, four, five. Under or over. Go. Nope. One more. There it is. Those windows probably need a different color just to make them stand out a little bit. Frames it nicely. And we'll just have to figure out what's in this market stall here. Is it? It's just some kind of a theme park grab and go market, I guess. Yeah, they kind of do glitch on this angle too, so we're gonna have to figure out what the best option is there. Do they? Okay. I think that'll fix it. Not in this instance. Might be end up being a trade-off as to seeing what we can do. Yes, I'm not quite sure what that one's gonna do for us, but we'll figure it out. figure it out later. I'm sure he can. Alright, so we want a back wall. This. Oh, it glitches on this side but doesn't on the other side, and it seems like it's going to be a trade-off as far as arranging in Tile Inspector as to which side is going to glitch and which side is not. It's just it is what it is. I think there's not a whole lot of options as far as that goes. Who went out on this Spotlight Survivor? I may just continue to do some adjustment and everything there. This may help. And get an open RCT. Cool. I'm glad the streams have helped. No custom scenery is its own kind of challenge, and it requires a lot of effort and patience and creativity. But I like the creativity the custom scenery brings in being able to select whatever kind of stuff and all sorts of different things, and seeing what fits, what doesn't, and finding the right things to get your parks just like super detailed. Challenge is that you can kind of go down that rabbit hole of how detailed is too detailed, and then it ends up just being kind of a pain sometimes, because then you're building for years. But that's great. You'll have to share some stuff once you get into it. True, you don't want too much crunch. A moderate level of crunch only. Okay. All right. I'll put some more of these bits and pieces throughout. I'll put that in the middle. Yeah, it is going to be a little bit low, I think. Here. But to figure out something to do with these, I'm okay with the windows being squeezed together. We'll just call it forced perspective at that point. I'm not quite sold on what we're doing down here. Probably want to just do a door on the one side here, and then to figure out what that will become. Here. And then I get to use our first Space Cade bucket of things. Red with right one. No. And then we can always take other, actually, do this. So if we get some wood pieces here, and then we can do no. All right, we'll see you when you get back. I guess the question is, what are these things? This is where we shift from theming mode into theme park mode. So, all right, this is a grab and go. So that means we're going to be serving probably popcorn. We're going to be serving drinks. We'll have grab and go snacks. So I want to make sure that we get the right stuff here. Okay. I want to put this off of the front so that I can stick this up above the thing here. And we'll do two levels worth. This down. There we go. And actually, we could also come across with the end piece here if we wanted. It looks a little strange because it'll hang off the side of the building. We'll decide on that a little later. Okay. First things first is popcorn. So your standard way to make a popcorn machine is to take yellow flowers, paint them both yellow. Then you grab a piece of glass, paint it whatever color you're painting it. You put the glass around it. Over top with a lid. And then put a little handle on it. There you go, popcorn bucket. Or popcorn little kiosk. Good to also just give it a little bit of dimension sometime and just do some trim, things like that. Okay. Another good option for grab and go type things is to find our barrel. I don't really know what color we're gonna go for here, but we can do, we're already doing the red theme, so we'll go ahead and do red. Grab a couple of those, and then okay, so this little piece rotates automatically, and it will let you drop a bunch of things of certain colors into here. Sounds good. I'm not sure how long we're going, so we'll continue along and take a look. But thanks for coming by, Extreme. And welcome, Silent T. How are you? Browse Twist? I suppose so. I've had more than one person call it Bob Ross as far as that goes. So this is OpenRCT2, which is an open source version of the game, which has really helped develop out this game and really keep the community going as far as that goes. So we're using a fair bit of custom scenery. We're using a custom palette that changes all the colors. We're doing some hacking here and there to do some like build through other objects. Where doing all sorts of fun little tricks with this, and OpenRCT makes it pretty easy to do that. And we're basically just building a big sandbox park, so we're not focused on peeps, we're not focused on ratings and kind of the general guest needs. I mean, we're going to take care of them all just as part of the building process, but it's basically just an art form, I guess, as far as that goes, and developing out what we're building. So we've kind of chosen to do this sort of colonial America themed park where we've got an entrance area up here that will be themed to Philadelphia eventually. Over here is where we started about 7 weeks ago or so. We did a Salem, Massachusetts area, so sort of like witch trial type stuff. And then we're in the process right now working on the Boston Harbor area, and trying to build this out a little bit and theme up our ride. So it's a slow process. The way that custom scenery goes is it can be a very, very, very slow process, but I'm pretty happy with how it's turning out so far. And we're also learning how to build some theme park stuff. So I'm a real life theme park designer. I like to play these sorts of games and teach how to do realism in the game. So we're talking about all sorts of like what goes into this as far as just general park builds go, and basically learning. So that's what it's all about. So thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the follow. But yeah, so I actually work in Orlando, and basically work at a theme park and do project management and development of new rides, attractions, shows, restaurants, gift shops, things like that. So it's kind of a neat job. Definitely learn a lot of different interesting things. Hey James, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. Having a good Saturday afternoon? I know we're a day early. Usually we do this on Sundays at 2 p.m., but we shifted things around this week. So I'm an architect. I work with a lot of engineers, and typically engineers are sort of where this where you'll see hired from for these types of positions. But yeah, I came in with an architecture degree and have made it work for all that pretty well. So yeah, it's a good time. I've been doing all sorts of stuff here. I do like this sign. The problem putting this column here in the middle where you have the 3 across is that our signage now gets off a little bit because we don't have a sign that fits in that. It's not quite the way we want to go. We could just do 2 signs across and then blend them. Or we could gosh, I wish it didn't have the post. It didn't have the post. There's an excited dog running around the room now, so just as a heads up to your ears, potentially, dog may have some things to say. There she goes. We're good. She's usually a very quiet dog until she wants to go play. Can't say that too loud or else she'll come cruising in here. All right, so on this back wall, we're basically dropping these 1K maps racks because that looks like sort of grab and go type food things. And then we're going to take the t-shirts as well, the 1K t-shirts, and we'll pick some standoutish colors for that. So why don't we call it a blue and yellow here, and then we'll just build up. And even though this is a marketplace type thing, it's we can still sell merchandise. It's fine. Here she says hi back, man. He's now settled on the floor, so I think we're back to being chilled out. Arrange this so it doesn't clip through. I think no matter what I'm going to do, this shirt is still going to clip, so we're just going to take it out rather than have that look. Kind of thinking that I wouldn't mind some kind of mesh netting back here, though. That way we have a little bit of, I don't want to call it theme necessarily, but I mean, it is fishing, shipbuilding, that kind of stuff. Oh, sweet. Yeah, the civil engineering is super huge in this industry, and you know, so is architecture. Obviously, you got to have somebody design all of it and do all those things, and it's different. I always liked theme parks and never really thought that I would turn that into a career, but it worked out through a lot of connections and some internships and general persistence and things like that. So happy to be doing it, and it's definitely unique. So you touch something different every time, which is fun. I'm gonna try these instead. So touching something different every time, which is good. Ever designed a lab? No, I've designed an animal lab before, like almost a pharmacy. We've worked on some zoological stuff before, actually quite a bit of zoological stuff. That's probably the closest I've gotten to that. I actually came straight out of college into the theme park, and that's where I've been my whole career so far. So it's been relatively smooth sailing as far as that goes. But labs and stuff that can get complicated. That's a whole different ballgame as far as design goes. There's a lot of challenges to consider. You know, Planet Zoo is a really good looking game, and I've never played it. It's one of those that I'd really like to do sometime. So Planet Coaster is one of those that also looks great, but I'm so slow at it that I can't make real. I can't really commit to doing anything with the game, just because it takes me forever. But Planet Zoo looks like maybe a slightly easier way to go about it, so I might have to get that at some point and give it a try, because I do like zoo design and stuff like that. I wanted to put this lamp on there, but they don't seem to be lining up quite right, so we'll... Well... So right now we're playing OpenRCT and Parkitect, which is kind of a fun indie RCT-esque game, which that's got some really interesting, unique stuff to it. We're playing that on Thursdays right now, and we stream that. And then RCT is on the weekends. But I would be interested in kind of introducing some more stuff. I am hoping to get a different webcam soon so we can get back to doing some model building too. Like I've got a couple of these roller coaster car Lego models that I wanted to put together, and then a few little of the coaster wood models too. Should be kind of nice to do at some point. Try and expand our horizons a little bit. I've posted some pictures of that in our Discord prior. Exactly. IRL, any workbench. I think my workbench does kind of look like that in, in real life with all the stuff that Josh and team tossed in there. All right. So I like this spot here as a sign. I feel like this whole thing ought to have a fair bit of signage just in general. So let's go with a red border. What that's meant to be. Kind of looks like a hat almost. Okay, so we can put a little blade sign out here. The only challenge is actually you're right. That could be a chocolate bar. Of course, I'm hungry now too, so really anything could look like a chocolate bar to me. We can put the blade sign out here. We just got to make sure that it's high enough that nobody's going to whack their head on it. And maybe instead of the light blue, we go a little darker. Hey, welcome back. No worries. Yeah, I think it's coming along pretty alright. I do want to just... These windows are bothering me. We're going to have to lower these up. Or, we can do this. Maybe not. Don't want to do that. Where's my quarter tile ones? We'll figure that out on the backside there soon. I don't think we need to sort it out just this instant. I like... Aha, here they are. Let's go with... red browns? No, we have a... It comes with a bit of a yellow glow, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but... Do these work? Aha! See, these work. These don't have quite the same issue as those other objects as far as glitching goes, so we can actually get past with these. Conundrum there is, do we center things over top of the structure here, or just kind of on their own up top? And I think it's going to be to the building itself would make more sense, since I guess you could assume that this would go somewhere else. But yeah, to the building, I think is going to be the winner there. Yeah, so it's not too bad of a balance as far as that goes. I wish we had a centered version of that. We don't. That's okay. See how... Go up one. See if we can make these two windows look okay next to each other. As far as this goes. Now they are going to be a little odd because you have the floor differences so close together here, but it's a little bit of forced perspective, we'll call it. So it doesn't quite need to have that. Well, it doesn't quite need to have that perfect spacing because we'll put a little awning or something on the front side here, and then we'll call it a day. Actually, we might be able to use this guy. We may need to do something else a little bit later. This door is kind of the one that is just my go-to for everything, although it probably shouldn't be. It's a little tall, so I may have to revisit that as a consideration. And also decide, too, if we want to keep these roofs gray, or if we want to, or brown, or if we want to go towards the gray. We've done the gray over here, which only challenge of this is it looks a little washed out. I do the black as well. I don't want to go too dark yet, although with the amount of brown that we have here, that may not be a bad idea. Let's do a test. Let's color it first and then do a test. Catch some objects that are in the wrong spot too. Okay, and then this goes here. Okay. Now the question is, which one of these are we feeling? We like the black. They're kind of, I guess in this sense I kind of do, because it's a little more striking as far as a balance of color between the whole kind of, I don't know if it's not pastels, but just lighter colored building itself. Yeah, I do think the darker is the way to go. Let's stick with that. And let's see if it helps us here too. Actually, it does. In general, that's quite nice. Cool. Okay, then I'm happy to continue that way. Let's see. Did we do anything with the outside of this building? Did the we have some blade signs. We've got 2 lamps up top for Paul Revere. We've got, just trying to think about what the best option down here is. If this is like a warehouse type building, it needs, maybe all it needs is a regular door. We could always just call it that, because this we could see as more of like a shipping and loading type thing. And it may be a matter of getting our little davit arm here for the crane. And all right, cable. I think it wants to be over top of the post, but not over top of the cable. So there we go. And that probably needs to be black as well. We're already zoomed in about as far as we can go. Okay. This door could use some coloring. And let me grab those lanterns again. Hear the dog scratching for a time. All right. We'll do that. We still need to do something with the end cap up here, which it's not critical that we do something, but we probably want to at some point. And then also trying to figure out colors and everything as to what we want to do for the next one. Because I think the next one wants to have the same material, it just probably wants to be a different color overall. I'm kind of trying not to use the red, but we'll start here and then we can recolor this before we get too far into it. Let's turn off clearances for just a little bit so we can speed up. We need to make sure that we do something interesting on the outside of the front of these buildings, since this will be the first thing that the guests are going to get to in this area. So we need to do a good job of establishing theme and things like that out front. So probably some big signage, perhaps. We'll do, I don't know, some barrels and crates and things like that, so we know it's a shipyard. We'll have the teacups on this side, and the shipyard here, and then probably the first thing you're going to get to, I guess this is sort of our first square here in front of the shipyard. So we might want to have some kind of a church or something that's got a little bit of a tower to it. Right there in the middle. Hard to say, but we'll figure that out. Okay. We'll get to it when we get to it, and it's probably not going to be today. To be honest, if we just get these two buildings looking happy, then I'm more than pleased with the progress. Okay. Let's learn from the last time and color that first before we color the other stuff. Backwards. Okay. Now. There we go. Oh, we missed this one last time. It's funny, when I first switched to OpenGL, which lets you do the super zoom like we're doing now, I hated it, and I really didn't want to ever use it because it just seemed too close. And now I've spent almost my entire time in it, and when you zoom out to this, which is the actual normal game zoom level, it just feels so far away. And it's like, how do you do those details? Because you just can't see them at this level. So I guess this is how times change. Also, I guess I'm getting old. My eyes are bad. My eyes are already bad before getting old, but still bad. We probably need, I don't know if we want to put a little cart out here or something just to offer a payoff for going to the back to here. Or maybe it's just a bench. Because if we do this walkthrough, this is going to be the queue on this side, and the exit's going to be on this side. And that way, this would just be basically queue for that ride, and then this is, I don't know what, just a space for it. So, let's go ahead and build in some pathway, just to have it. I'm building. Crap. This is why I don't forget. This is why or don't like to forget, or don't like to turn off zero clearances in the first place, because then you do stupid stuff like that and accidentally delete what you're working on. Yeah, Dorney Park is great. So I grew up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, up that way, and Dorney was one of those sort of home parks. Granted, I didn't really get there that much when I was a kid. More Hershey, and of course Dutch Wonderland being my little home park. But Dorney is fun. It's Alan's a great ride, and Steel Force was probably one of my first coasters over 200 feet, I think. Yeah, Dorney was great. It's probably been since 2016, I think. Mavericks, are you still here? When did we go to Dorney Park? Was that 2015, 16? 15, I think. It's been a little while. Oh man, you gotta the airtime is great, and just that nice kind of soaring over the top of everything feeling is really nice on Steel Force. It is surprising that it would reach to Connecticut. I figured you'd have your lake compounds and Flossie and all of those in the meantime. Flossie's a nice little park. Oh boy. It was one of the larger ones. I don't think it ever held the record, but it was definitely one of the larger coasters that was out there for a little while. Cedar Fair, who owns that park, did a big purchase and bought three of those from that manufacturer, and put one in at Steel Force for Dorney, and they put one in at Kansas City, and then one in Minnesota at Valley Fair. But I think Steel Force is probably the best of them, to be honest. Yeah, Wooden Warrior is great, isn't it? The or have you not gotten a chance to ride it yet? It's really good. As far as family wooden coasters go, it's definitely one of the best ones out there. Gravity Group does a spectacular job at that. Oh, that's cool that you got Mad Mouse though, because that's one that I kind of wish I would have gotten because there's not too many of those left in the world. Actually, I think there really aren't any left in the world. So that that's a rare one, which is cool. Okay, let's look at some potential options here. Maybe we do closed. I wish I could make it just a little bit taller on the bottom because then I could justify that. I am curious to hear what you think about Nickelodeon Universe. So, as a FYI, if you don't know right now, but Sandy's Bronco is still closed. As far as I know, it's still under maintenance. So that may be closed. It's a shame because it's the absolute best ride there. But I have my own thoughts about it, and I'm sure you've heard me rant about the park on stream before, so I'll spare you for it now. But I'm curious to hear what you think. Yeah, absolutely. We a lot of times we throw color decisions and all sorts of stuff up to the viewer. I've got sort of a general idea in my head, but I am more than willing to take some thoughts and some considerations for what we should look at. So yeah, feel free to uh, suggest. You haven't heard my rants, okay? Well, then I will grant you with a rant. Um, it's um, it's really expensive for one. It's like $75, and it's a single entry. So once you get in, you can't go out again and come back later. You can't get a hand stamp or anything like that. They don't unless they've since added to it and changed it. The rides are a really weird mix. Like there's some pretty thrilling coasters there. Like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ride is gigantic, and then there's like mostly kids flat rides. So it's a weird mix of like not quite enough for adults to do, but also coasters that are way exceeding a um, uh, typical I don't know, family friendly type ride. Um, but the coasters were all assembled pretty poorly. I guess that's something that happened during the build process. I don't know if they cheaped out on who they got to build, if it wasn't an experienced contractor or whatever. So the Ninja Turtles coaster is rough. It has a couple of good shots there, which is a shame because it's a clone of Takabisha in Japan, and that one was actually totally fine. So that's not so good. And just the attraction mix is very weird in general. But just for the price and for what you get, I just really wasn't feeling it. It was not so good. For pastel pink for the neighbor. So only challenge I have with the pastel is that we're in Boston. So I'm not sure if Boston's feeling pink or not. It feels like it's almost more wintry mix. The sort of darker type colors. The green is one of those like sort of on the edge pastel type things. But I don't hate it. I mean, it definitely feels like it could be a colonial type thing. I mean, we're talking colonial or colonial Boston, not modern day. But I don't hate that actually. We're gonna leave it like that. That's a good thought. Yeah, I would say double check and see. Well, it's you wouldn't be dropping it on a single, and they have a really good spinning coaster, which is probably the second best thing there. There's a half pipe coaster. I mean, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is it's the biggest it's the biggest coaster that's indoors right now, I believe. So I mean, worth seeing that, I guess. But you're just gonna miss out on the best coaster there, in my opinion. Um, Hey, B Dougie. What is your favorite West Coast theme park? Oh, Santa Cruz is great. That's a really nice park there. But I mean, as a coaster guy, I like Magic Mountain. Obviously, it's not quite run as well as it maybe could be. So that's the trade-off there. But the coasters are all pretty spectacular. Santa Cruz is just very unique and interesting. So I like Santa Cruz as far as that goes. It's a nice seaside boardwalk feel. It's got a great wooden coaster. Um, there's one called actually not too far from Santa Cruz called Gilroy Gardens, which is super interesting gardens with these they call them circus trees that they grew basically like almost topiaries, and they are formed in all sorts of shapes and stuff, which is pretty cool. I also like Six Flags Discovery Kingdom a fair amount. It felt like a nicer version of some of the Six Flags parks, so that was a good one. California's Great America was pretty good too. It was a park that I liked the park better than I liked the coaster selection. Like I thought on the whole the coaster selections were kind of poor, although they do have Gold Striker, which is one of my favorite GCI coasters. Um, but the rest of the quality, I guess, drops off very quickly once you get to that. Yeah, cool. I'm glad you've been there. Yeah, I made a stop over. I did Gilroy Gardens in the morning, and then went to Santa Cruz for the afternoon. We just split the two, but it was a great park. I would love to go back. A lot of fun. Okay, let's see what we can get to. Yeah, I will say that you're right about that with California's Great Americas. They've got a really nice flat ride collection. Ah, there you are. Hmm. Do I want that, or do I want? You may be right on the. You may be right on the darker red. I will have that a lot of other places. I mean, we already have it here. Um, I'm not opposed to. Let me see if I have the. So we're somewhat building off of this reference image right here, with some of these lighter colored buildings here, and I don't know. One of them feels sort of pinkish to me. This one feels green. This one feels yellow, and this one feels pink. I don't know if that's how it actually is, but you know. But, so yeah, I mean the that's the challenge with Magic Mountain, especially, and I guess the thing is I haven't been for a while, so I don't actually know if it is a really terrible experience these days. I mean, granted, when I went, I had somewhat of an escort through, and we we got a lot of stuff with very little waiting, um, so that was nice. But um, I don't know. It's been okay, 10 years ago. So I was there in 2013, maybe. Charleston sounds right for kind of more pastel type colors. Um, yeah, we can make our own rules if we want, so we'll brighten it up. I mean that's sort of the general theme park rule is you take whatever your theme is and um, then you brighten it up a little further. Wow. Oh man, 20 years ago. It's funny when you go back and or when I'm going back looking at like former trips that I had done and everything, and you scroll through it and you go, "Oh crap, that was a lot longer ago than I thought it was." And you just kind of forget that time flies when you're having fun, right? Uh, we might be able to get away with this, but we can kind of do it this way instead. Um. Hmm. So, for whatever reason, those look odd. I think it's just the color. Make it the light brown it should be. Be brown. It ought to be black because it would be like iron ribbing on the barrel. Oh, our main space here. I guess this um or do you mean this bit here? It's going to be a river at some point. I just need to connect it across. The blue here represents the river. I just gotta figure out how it's going to come together. I guess I should kind of explain the overall um, idea here. Is we've got Philly up front, and we've got the Salem, Massachusetts area over here. We've got our Boston Harbor here, which you pass through. I'm thinking some sort of like ruined structure of a kind up here, like maybe a ruined fort. As you kind of come down, maybe cross a covered bridge over into the Boston Harbor area. This one's sort of our heart of the park, so it's going to have the densest architecture. It'll have a dark ride in this big stone space here, and then we'll have a bunch of buildings kind of here throughout. On this side, we'll have a spur that goes back down this way, and this is the Roanoke colony. And so we're going to have some sort of like boat ride, maybe, and then we'll have a coaster, more kind of like mine train type ride down here. So this will be a fair bit bigger and further down. Here's our kids area, which is going to be like Johnny Appleseed and those sorts of things. On this side, we'll continue around, follow the lake down to a section right here, which is called our Gateway to the West area, which is basically St. Louis. So need to figure out what the what that will become as far as just unique architecture and things. And then we can cross this river over to this side, and we're going to have our wilderness exploration type area. So think Lewis and Clark type thing. We'll have our bobsled coaster over on that side as well. And then down the river on this side, we're going to have our kind of like traders and trappers type area. So kind of think northern, like maybe even as far north as like Quebec and things like that go. So wood forts, things like that. And then in this guy here in the middle will be our Native American area, where we'll pick one of the tribes or something like that and run an area here with like a flying coaster or something like that, and that will kind of anchor the backside of this. Do a safari hunt ride. I've done a couple of them in some other countries, and there's always a little bit of like, this feels a little wrong. Actually, screens that pretty darn well. We don't have any quarter tile bushes. We do have some plants if we want to go that way, but let me see what that could look like. Hey Soap, you didn't miss a whole heck of a lot. We have, hang on, let me plant this bush. Ah, not that one, it is this one. Maybe? Why does this still have a support? Hang on. I was gonna say the park's gone. The park's done while you were gone. Okay, we'll just do that. So we've kind of been working on a couple of these buildings. We definitely got our harbor sort of lined up a little better here. We're shaping up for trying to get this boat done, which I'd kind of like to work on at some point. And we'll see where we land on that. I missed Bacharach. Will you put a highway in? Yeah, we'll do something. We'll decide how far we want to go. Now I've got a gigantic map, and I'm not going to fill it, so we'll black out what we don't use. But I do want to build out some bit of realism there. So we'll have a parking area. We'll have our entry space. We'll probably have some roadways and things like that. I don't quite know what I want to do for the outskirts just yet. I kind of want a lot of it to be sort of wooded along the backside here, maybe. But I'm not quite sure yet. I do want like a wider river, like an actual river that kind of traverses through some of these areas. And that'll help us work out sort of what our drainage and everything else ends up looking like. Because we do want to do a fair bit of landscape modification. So we've already lowered this area, so we know Roanoke's going to sit real low. Because I want this theater to be built into the side of the hill. And then I think the Trappers area is going to go up, so then we can have a bit of a cliff down into the little Mississippi River here. Yeah, so the trees are set over here so that I have basically a palette to choose from. So I chose a good mix of various textured trees and sizes. So a lot of these are like the big version of the tree, like this guy that takes up 2x1 tiles, and this guy who just takes one. This one's a 4x or 2x2. This is a 2x1, and then that way I can just use the little selector tool here and grab my tree and go. So that's helpful, I think. Just keeping me on track and keeping me building other stuff, so I'm not spending too much time trying to grab a lot of all that. Let's grab some bushes here. Yeah, so it's fun. You know, OpenRCT has made a world of difference for this game. I've been playing this since 2002 when it came out, and being able to do the things that we're able to do now versus what we used to be able to do is just it's almost crazy. The only reason I'm still playing is because OpenRCT is a thing. Because the stuff that we used to do just took so long and was so complicated that it was not worth the time. Okay, so we'll keep that a little smooth. I don't know if I want to go full grass there or not. That may be a little much, but we could take a couple of rocks. Not really done this yet. Kind of got a love-hate with this this particular gray. Like it honestly just looks like they're just not selected in the menu. Like, and they're just grayed out. Like you still got to unlock them. I may change that a little bit later, but I don't know. We could go ahead and hack the teacups, although I guess I'm not totally sure if that's where I want it to go just yet. Save though. So I will actually show you from. Let's back up. See if this is the right one. So our teacups here. This is a look about what those will do when we actually do them, and I can kind of show you what it used to be. So this is how you would set this up beforehand, and it's multicolored because it just helps me rebuild it. But what are we at? 2469. Oh, nope. All the cheat boxes again. Okay. So this was something that I developed a little while ago. A little while being like, oh god, 7 years ago maybe. Maybe not that long. It might have been more 6. And it basically splits apart the train by putting it up a little spike here, backing it up, and then we split it all apart. And then we put it all back together just at the spacing that we want, which is what all of this spaghetti is doing, is basically separating it out and putting it back together. I basically started with the final kind of shape of what I wanted everything to do, and then I went back through and split the whole thing apart again. Interestingly enough, I don't think it's doing. No, it is. Okay, we're good. So I started with one track, and then I did all the other tracks and made them longer or shorter based on what needed to happen. So now it should all very nicely come back together here in a nice order. Once the bottom one gets going, here we go. And then you send one down below, and that's the control track. And the control track runs it at whatever speed you want it to run at. So here we go, they're slowly coming together. right, so there we go. Now they're all on the control track. And there we go. That's our teacups. The nice thing now is we've got the Edit Ride Vehicles plugin that Basi has made for us, which lets us basically expand and contract car spacing. And you can do just so much good stuff as far as this goes. The problem is, if you ever reset it, you got to do the whole thing again, which is why I've always been an advocate of doing this kind of spaghetti, because once you figure it out, it's just copy and paste and it's easy, so it's just set it and forget it. But it's the same kind of like we did with this tower. We split all these cars apart a little bit and then put them all back together. Greg, I saw your comment about the multi-launch coaster being here. It is not, but why not, since we're here and I haven't released any tutorials for a while. Let's go take a look at it. Okay, so this is my hacking tutorial part for those who aren't aware. So I, on occasion, post hacking tutorial videos on my YouTube channel. It's just been a hot minute since I've done one, but this is an upcoming one that shows a couple things. So first of all, this one will show how to do block section modes with a non-continuous circuit. So the spike that the ride's going backwards up right now. So that part's pretty easy actually, and we already did it on one of the Fix My Layout series rides. But this was also going to show how to do diagonal breaks. So we have our nice little Intamin coaster layout here, which I'm pretty pleased with. I think it turned out all right. Came along pretty well, but we can turn our way here so we can see this in action here just a minute. So here we go, and then it will slow down right there. And really the only secret is to this is just we've got our stuff down below. You can kind of see this yellow track down below. And basically what we did is we sent the back car of the whole train down below, and then it just runs back and forth down below, and we make sure that the spacing on the bottom track is the same as the spacing on the above track, and then it should line up just fine. And we put our brakes on the bottom track, which is a straight section that you can actually put brakes on, and time it so that this part of the coaster is up here on the diagonal bit, and we'll be good. So you can see this guy who's cruising around down here. He's the back car of this one. And you'll see when he comes up, when this guy gets to the brakes, which we're almost there right now, this one will be nearly there. So here we're hitting the brakes down below, and then it'll slow it down. So kind of a nice functionality there. The other tutorial that is still to come is this one, which I just haven't, need to reset. So we have a topspin hack that we're going to look at. Let's see here. Topspin. So this topspin is a, it works like a real topspin where we have forwards and backwards motion. And it does kind of interesting programming and stuff like this. And so we can kind of see it's, I get up to the top and then it'll swing down and around, and then we'll stall out, go backwards. And sort of do the same type stuff. Then it will slowly rotate up and around, and then do the other bit here. There we come down. And then around one more time, I believe, before it slows into the station. There we go. And this is essentially just the one down here too, this orange track, well, this guy. doing the same. So again, it's the same split again. And that's the thing is the in-game rides that come with the game are just so small compared to the peeps, and just in general, to me, the scale just seems incorrect. So I like a larger ride, and I like to do more. So that's why we do these kind of things. Here's the teacups when you put some theming on it and stuff like that. It looks pretty all right. Yeah, we've done a number of hacking tutorials and everything. We've done our fancy drop tower here with much thanks to Extreme and his object making, and also to Rumi and his custom ride vehicle making. So thanks to both of them. But yeah, we've got all sorts of fun stuff in this park. So there's a little sneak peek of what is to come there whenever I get around to recording it, which could be forever just because it takes ages to do it. I don't even remember why I came over here now. Oh, for the teacups. That's why. Yeah, the mine train is a good one too. That one is showing forwards and backwards with block sections. So basically able to do like an Expedition Everest type thing, just while running blocks. So very convenient for the whole thing. Yeah, the other Disco Dat was actually made for that that park, but the diagonal, I think, still is an issue. The steep on the regular is fine, but I think the diagonal is still an issue. Need to revisit that again with the Space K. But yeah, so that's a little sneak peek where we're getting. I'm pretty happy with that Intamin. I do think that one turned out nicely. Yeah, but it was diagonal steep. I think diagonal steep still presents an issue, if I remember right. Well, they fixed the regular steep. I just don't know if they fixed the diagonal steep. It's been a while since I've played with it, but I'll have to look at it here at some point later and see what's going on. If it is fixed, then great. I'm not sure actually I want to put that in. I want to do more. Nice. That's one that I've only seen 4 episodes of Breaking Bad, and apparently they were like the 4 most key episodes. So I guess I got the whole story in a very short version. But good. I think we do there is a custom teacups ride, right? Somebody's made one, I'm sure. Would be great to have this big door colorable to some extent. Okay. Yeah, I guess I need to see if those are worth. There we go. Spinning teacups rides. Real. We'll grab that. And then we can just adjust those here a little bit later. Maybe I don't know, Rob. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do that. I'm glad you like the buildings, though. I was not yet convinced of them, but I think they're coming together. I was a little worried in that we used 3 different windows here across all 3 of these, but we'll see. Maybe there's still more change to come, but if I'm happy with this positioning, then we can go ahead and do the teacups. I'm just not yet positive if I'm happy with how it's set. I like the idea of oh, did he? Oh, you mean scale of the buildings itself? Here's what we've got so far. So we've got a 2x4 plus kind of 2 on the back. We've got a 3x3. We've got a 2x3. We've got a 2x4 with 2 more on the back. Here's our little eating area and everything else. I think of it as a smaller scale building, but a larger 4x4. And okay. Oh, heck yeah. All right. A good split out there. I'm doing work. All right. Well, let's find it. There's a regular one. Yeah, the windows aren't designed for a third story. It's more so designed as forced perspective than anything. Um, I I'm planning on going taller with this here, I think, and then I want the meeting house here to be like much taller. So it's gonna have some sort of like spire in the middle, so like almost looks like a steeple. Um, Mostly so then we can get the height to screen our show building for the dark ride over here. Um, that would be the key feature if we can do it. I'm just not sure if we can. All right, let's. Ooh, those look great. Um, to be determined, I guess, is the best answer. I want to have a I want to have an indoor tracked ride of some kind over here. I'm just not quite sure what to do with it yet, as far as themes go. We had initially talked about doing a roller coaster inside, so just like a coaster in a box, which works fine. But I kind of like the idea of a traditional tracked dark ride of some kind. I think the latest thing that I've had in my head is more like Peter Pan at Disney. If you've done that one, where we have the suspended vehicle above the scenic, so you have an above track suspended vehicle below, and then you have like some kind of scenery below that even, so you kind of are cruising up above. Thought about maybe doing it like say a hot air balloon ride that goes around some kind of uh, a village or whatever. Maybe we're looking over Revolutionary War battle sites or something like that. I don't know, but we would be up pretty high. I think almost like I don't know. We'll figure out what it becomes and then lower this down. But I think the idea would be um, coming through with what's that? Yeah, it could be any of those types of rides. I kind of want to go with just something that's going to get us an interesting shape, an interesting space, and kind of all of that. So it might kind of look like this. Hey, Jill Austin. Oh well, that's fantastic. No, it wasn't one of those things that I wanted to, or it wasn't an industry that I intended to go into initially. But as I kind of worked towards it, then I said, well, maybe this is something I could do, and made enough connections and everything to make it happen. All right, Nickelodeon, $40 peak. Also, it appears every single coaster has been renamed. Really? That's interesting. That's that's odd. Are you sure you're looking at the right? You're not looking at the Missouri or the Minnesota one, are you? So anyway, we'll figure that out when we figure it out. We're a little ways away from that. Okay. That's bizarre. I wonder what they did for like a retheme. That's also much cheaper than it was, which is good because it was I want to say 75 something. Okay. Well, at least you didn't buy tickets to something that was several states away. Oh, that would have been really bad. Okay, we gotta support this thing somehow. Yeah, I do hope for the mall's, well, the park's sake as well, but I hope that that mall is able to uh, make it, because they had a lot of vacancies when I was there, a lot of them. Oh, and thank you for the follow also, to Austin. Um, Appreciate you stopping by. But yeah, the whole thing was a bit of a struggle, so I'm glad, or I'm hoping that it will be a okay, $79. That sounds about right. Yeah, that's yeah, it is true. It was a little bit of an odd decision, I feel like, for the company to go ahead with the mega mall concept, because it really doesn't feel like mega malls are still able to produce what they used to produce. I mean, the you can tell they're trying with all the entertainment options and other things that they have, as well. But I mean, and yeah, to your point, they opened at the absolute worst time because it was right when the pandemic was hitting, and we were up there in June of last year, and it was dead. So I hope that we'll get better. Um, I hope that they will continue to put some money into the park and add some character to it, because the Nick Universe Park in Minnesota is one of the really nice parks. Just a really great space. Really nice theming. Just it's fun. It's cute. It's got some really good stuff. But um, this one just felt sort of lifeless. So I hope that they add some additional atmosphere, because it needs it. Alright. Or push shift. Get ourselves some underwater landscaping. I guess we can go ahead and do this one now too while we're at it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense with the Giants and the Jets using the stadium right there. We ended up going to, when we were up there, the New Jersey State Fair was going on, um, and that was in the parking lot over there, so it was just kind of interesting. Yeah, it for a brand new kind of shiny, interesting mall. I was surprised at how generic the finishes and everything were. Like, it didn't look any kind of different from a standard mall look, and that was disappointing because I was kind of expecting a little more with it. Yeah, I don't know. Two. Okay, so we'll put in our paths, and then we can come back later and put in the actual pathways. Yeah, I want to duplicate those up. Rebuy. We'll need to figure out something to do on this side just to make that look um, more presentable. Signage and other things. Now we need to figure out what this teacups ride is going to be. What is going to be doing as far as just the overall aesthetic goes of fencing, of queue area, things like that. Because I keep wanting to think more traditional teacups. That's the wrong piece. But not what we want. Okay. We'll probably want a statue here at some point, I would think. We can go ahead and mark that out. Well, that's what we're doing. The teacups here. This is our ride. It's a 5x5. The concern about doing covered is just how big that cover is going to be, considering the size of our buildings. They are on the smaller side, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I just don't think it would look in scale. Thanks for stopping by, Silent T. Have a great afternoon and evening there, and hope to see you again soon. Thanks for coming by. Feel free to join our Discord as well if you'd like to, and hang out. Yeah, good to see you. There we go. Got all sorts of fancy new things like that. I'm gonna keep adding stuff to this. Gotta learn how to be a streamer. Pro gamer rules. I don't want to go too much into this or else it's going to be a pain later. What do we do for the base here? Brick. What is it? We are 3 hours 45. Not too bad. I don't mind this whole starting earlier thing. Would not be a bad thing to consider more of this. Okay. So probably would have some kind of like fencing, archway thing and all that. TwitchCon? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think my 7 subscribers and like 300 followers is really a whole lot of anything to them. Well, I don't know. To me, that's doing all right. Better than where I started, and feels like we've done pretty well. But I don't know. All right. Let's move this. Can we line it up? Yeah. Good job. Go. I'll be the RCT streaming panel. It'll be just Marcel and I guess. Okay, question is, do I want the... I don't feel like I want a covered bridge here. I feel like this needs to be some kind of like stone entry bridge. I feel like the covered bridge needs to go to like the kids area or something. I don't know. Because I want to do a covered bridge, I just don't think that's the right spot for it. Same as over here. Yeah, I guess the downside of doing a stream on Saturday is we won't have Marcel's folks to come by and say hi as they have been doing, which has been very nice. I was gonna say I need to actually I usually just end when I'm done. I need to actually check and see if see if anybody else is streaming when it's time to do the raid. Okay, so we went 2 up over here. Not quite right. But we could maybe do 3 up, 3 down. That has that very traditional up and over approach. Does that seem too steep? I don't think people in wheelchairs would like that very much. I'm not sure. I'm not yet sold on that. Of course, it would be easier. This whole side was just raised up. And then we just came across. And that gives us a nice overview look into the space. Yeah, it's the same that we've done here, is the half slope, and then you just pick which one you want to do the actual path slope on, and then the other one just gets flat. So for this one, we're raising up early and then going flat. Excuse me, afterwards, which works just fine. It just smooths it a little bit as far as the overall look of sloped pathways. Problem is, it takes twice as long to get where you want to go. So probably this becomes some sort of new thing. Question is if we still put our Ferris wheel here or not. Too in your face. May not be. Then we'll come kind of this way into Roanoke. If we get those connections done, then it'll feel a little bit better once we can start connecting larger portions of the park together. Then it'll feel good, especially once we can get this connection across. And then we can just build outwards. Those are the points when you kind of know you're really starting to make a difference in completion's sake and everything else. Oh, from like a larger elevation down? I'll have to look and see what works well, because I'll probably do. I might do like a staircase on one side, and then have a little overlook area, and then have some pathway on the other. We did screen this on purpose, but that's not to say that we couldn't do something else to keep this view open. Thought about like a flat, like another flat bridge on this side. Then we have, I don't know, one bridge and then like an overflow one perhaps, but I don't know if we need it. Okay, we do need to figure out what the... We need to figure out what the train wants to do, because I don't want to adjust the elevation of the train. The train wants to stay flat the entire route. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge, perhaps. But I think we'll end up coming across, and then the train station is probably going to be on this side. Well, I don't know. I don't know. To be determined. I think that's a little too early for that. We will figure that out when it's time. And according to Twitch, we've got a lot of viewers today. Or at least according to the OBS app. If you're watching for the first time, say hi. I'd be curious to know where everybody's visiting from or watching from. Okay. Do a little bit more kind of detailing on our face here. So you're gonna buy all those followers, you know, to supplement my lifestyle. I might make a whole 50 cents on this stream. Yes, I do want to make the train go through. What the hell? There we go. I do want to make the train go through the dark ride, like People Mover. I think that could be fun. True, it's all my plan is to get to TwitchCon. That's what I'm looking for. I want to build one of those like kind of older wooden crane type things, and it might be like a diagonal kind of look here. I'll have to look at some of the other parks that have it and see what the best option for that's going to be. Exactly. Just show up at TwitchCon, market to all the streamers, and then if the streamers talk it up, then you got all your followers. Pro gamer followers. Okay, at least that one works. Let's grab this sign. And is here. It's funny you asked, because I actually did open it up the other day, and I sent it to a couple people. We were talking about it and what I would do if I got going again on the thing. We haven't done any real movement on the thing, but I did look at it and thought about kind of what my options would be if I did get going again. So I don't have a timeline or a confirmation that I will continue on that park, but perhaps one day I will. Well, that's what I've always said, is that I don't want to work there all day and then go home and work there again, just building it a second time. It's always the downside of the whole thing. Like, this is going to want to be two. That statue might not sit there after all, and the only reason I say that is because we've got to be able to get a vehicle through here. So we need to make sure there's a fire lane access and all that kind of thing. So that could be at risk. We'll see how that shapes up. I should make these taller. unfortunately, we kind of kill our viewing of the grab and go once we do that. I did actually use RCT in an architectural thing in college. I used RCT to talk about architecture and for one of my reviews, which worked surprisingly okay. We need to get a fire truck access test, and that'll be how we test people's parks. We run the fire truck through it and see if it fits. So we did get through pretty much this entire stream and still haven't quite figured out what we're doing over here. But yeah, Kentucky Kingdom did Planet Coaster for their wooden coaster, the Gravity Group one. I thought that was such a strange move because it wasn't. I mean, it was okay in Planet Coaster, but it wasn't like it was good. It was just kind of an odd overall look. One thing we will need to make sure we get away from here, and part of this is just going to be making sure we get diagonals and other things in here, is making sure we avoid the blockiness of everything, because right now we've got a 2x4, a 2x3, a 2x3, a 2x4, 2x4, 2 x maybe 5, and some other kind of things. You're right, though. There's not a lot of room within the splash battle, which kind of sort of concerns me a little bit. So I think I'm going to need, like, I think what I can kind of see happening here is, like, a couple of ship's masts. There we go. Mast. M-A-S-T. Mast. A couple of ship's masts sticking out of the water. Almost like this, and like maybe a couple of decks of boats and things like that, and then we'll have all sorts of kind of floating barrels, barges, things like that. That'd be interesting. I hadn't heard that with about the Minecraft thing, but that would be kind of odd. So we'll probably call this a restaurant, I would think. Could be a gift shop. Maybe it is a gift shop. Be the larger shop in the space, and then we can make a tavern of some kind in here. We do need a Liberty Tree, because that was that's a thing. Question is what one is going to be. This will probably be the Liberty Tree, but yeah, pub would be good. Chick-fil-A. They did, yeah, on the Park St. Paul map. I actually have I have photos of that from when we went to Park St. Paul. It was hilarious. It's just a generic wooden coaster that does not at all resemble the wooden coaster that was actually built, and it doesn't have a station and any of those. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. So we probably need like a square of some kind, and then our Liberty Tree here. I want to take a page from Disney as far as their Liberty Tree or Liberty Square layout goes. And that may be kind of through this whole space. Would like to get these buildings in. Would not mind figuring out how these are going to shape up. Whether I can do like a, if this wants to be a half diagonal one, which it might. I don't know. I feel like this shipbuilding building is going to probably be our first major or like landmark type piece of architecture, because you want you want a couple of big focal points there. Yeah, Chick-fil-A is good. I do like Chick-fil-A. I mean, it's just basically fried chicken kind of brined in like a pickle juice. Um, but it's yeah, their breakfast chicken biscuit sandwiches are just fantastic. See, I'm hit or miss on the waffle fries. The waffle fries are okay, but I am more of a fan of the chicken sandwich. I don't feel like you get as much with waffle fries as you do with like regular fries, and perhaps controversially, I think McDonald's has really good fries. Oh no, not Taco Bell. Taco Bell's terrible. It's so cheap. It's well, it's not anymore. It's not cheap anymore, but the food quality hasn't improved. Okay, let's get our. But you guys have some Taco Bells over there, don't you? Um, I know you have Five Guys over there, which I'm a big fan of their burgers. Oh, okay, so not that many then. You're not missing anything. Dream. I'm mad at Wendy's right now because they ruined their fries. Yes, Five Guys is overpriced, but it's very good. But yeah, Wendy's ruined their fries with this new like hot and crispy thing. I don't want the fries crispy. I want the fries soggy. And now it's got like this guaranteed hot and crispy, and I'm like, I mean, hot is fine, but I don't want them hot. That is the best thing about Five Guys is that they give you a gigantic pile of fries. Let's. Hmm, we can do something else here. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I'd heard that they were expanding out, so I'd be curious to see if they continue to grow on that one because it's become a popular thing for sure. Yeah, if you got to watch what you're eating there, the fast food is not where you want to be. Right now, I'm staying away from fast food just because I'm trying to lose all the weight. But mhm. Yeah, Taco Bell is one of those. You rarely go to Taco Bell by choice. I feel like you kind of just end up there after a night. Mhm. I think I need to go do some searching for boats in RCT and see what some suggestions are for kind of what that could look like, and then we'll come back to that here a little bit later. Um, hmm. I don't think we want to get into this one yet. I don't. We can. Doner kebabs are great though. Yeah, Disney's Fairy Tale Kingdom. I might have to look at. I do. I do like a decent kebab. depends how. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Taco Bell is definitely the drunk option. I'll pass on the hot sauce, but that is good. What pathway were we using? We were just using the tarmac one over here. Guess that's what we can go back to on this side. Oh God, I hate. I got food poisoning at Waffle House one time, and it was just the worst. Yeah, Taco Bell is the that was all, or not Taco Bell, Waffle House. That's where I got things. So one of those things where when I lived in Atlanta, it was always the joke that you tell people directions in Atlanta, and it was go to the nearest Waffle House and turn on Peachtree Street, because there was like 60 something Waffle Houses in Atlanta, and also 36 streets named some form of Peachtree. Oh man, I bet you get that when all the bars shut down and everybody wants some food. Pizza, I'm sure, does really good. There was a place up in Indiana University, in Indiana, that had a cookie place, and they did like fresh baked hot cookies, and they were delivered up through like 4 a.m. or something, and and it was super popular with the college students. Oh, Friendlies, yeah, that was a big thing in up north. Um, but um, they do have the Friendlies here in Orlando, although every time I had been, it was always really slow service. Hmm. Question being, what do I want to do here? I think tonight we're doing some level of Mexican food. We'll need to figure out what this bridge becomes on this side also. And two, what we want to do as far as natural rock stuff goes here. Do we want it to be do we want to try fish rocks? Do we want to try, what do we want to try? Kind of thinking maybe, I'm wondering if two things. I'm wondering if the Ferris wheel gets moved in favor of like some fort ruins there, or if we move the Ferris wheel to the other side of the pathway, which doesn't have quite as nice a view, but still gets a good view, and then we have um, that fort across. Hmm. Benefit of having the Ferris wheel on the other side is that we don't run into any clipping with, or any blocking of the views with various locations. Although, really, we're not blocking a whole heck of a lot. Okay, so it's at odds with the boat. Might not be a bad idea. Shoot. I think that's as close to the edge as we would put it. You do a diagonal Ferris wheel, I would do it. I would absolutely do it. I suppose the only problem is I'm trying to think of this in terms of like photos, and you're not going to get great photos of this, but I don't know. Hey Andrew, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. We're looking at Ferris wheel placement at the moment and trying to see, and maybe it's more of a precipice here. We just have to bring up the side. Yeah, not too bad. Hanging out, having an afternoon. So the area is in sort of a no man's land. It's between Philadelphia, it's between Boston. I kind of see this as either sort of battle site ruins or battle site preparations, things like that. Yeah, I think we're just all hungry right now, which as soon as I'm done here, we're off to dinner, which is exciting because I am ready. Very sweet. But yeah, I could go for some bad things. I will be eating quite a lot of Mexican food. Alright. Oh, that's a different one. That's the one from the wrong file. Oh, I love a good poutine. Poutine is fantastic. And you just can't get it quite as good as you can get it up in Canada. And thanks, Backrack. Have a good afternoon. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. There you go. Cheese sandwich sounds good. We're not gonna be here for too much longer. We've got a couple things we're working on here just to see what's gonna shape up, and then we're gonna take off so then I can eat. But I feel like a soap and butter sandwich is full of regret. Okay. I never remember on this one. We want it to be separated, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look bad as far as that location goes. Got that nice kind of precipice set up there. Raise this. That's got somewhere to sit. Put this up. And color this back just a little bit. So perhaps our ruins are along here, sort of in this kind of wilderness space. We are going to have to reroute our pathway just a little bit, so it'll probably come along here. It might do a switchback depending on how things go, or I'll just have stairs down and then we'll have a a side ramp. Although we do still need to make sure we can get our vehicles through, so we got to maintain our fire lane access and that sort of thing. So that may be the place for it there, and then we'll get our ship built, get our theming in here, which I feel like that's actually going to be one of the later things we're going to end up doing, just based on how it's shaping up right now and how not excited I am about doing it. We still got to figure out what this bridge becomes. We looked at Arch Bridge the last time, which I'm still not unconvinced, but I'm not convinced that that's going to be the right option. We'll see what we've got. As far as the Ferris wheel goes, though, we will need to get a queue here somewhere, and then an exit. Honestly, this bridge just got to shift. That bridge is going to shift like, I don't know, 3 over? Maybe not 3. Maybe it just shifts to here. If we shift it over to that side a little bit, that clears a lot of things up that would have otherwise been kind of a pain. Would make sense just to come across. We'll have to do this, and then I had not wanted to do this because it's going to put us offset on our railings, just because we're off by 1 this side versus that side. But it may not be a bad idea, or it may not be a too difficult of an idea, depending on how things go. We'll look at it and see what works as far as structure goes, because what I don't want to do is have an arch structure or something and then have the other one on the other side just offset by like 1. That's just going to look stupid. So if we can avoid it, then we should. All right. Okay. But I don't think we're too far away from figuring out how this connects in. Where these buildings away and this building away from being able to connect this section to this section. And if I can get those done, and then if I can get this done, then that'll be enough to start routing guests up through here, and then we can kind of run the peeps through and finally have a nice little loop of path for our 1,300 guests, so they can actually go somewhere. And then if we can open the splash battle, the teacups, and the Ferris wheel, then that's 3 more attractions that we can dump these people into. Do still want to figure out what we're doing here, if we can do anything. I would really like to do something if we can, just from a walkthrough standpoint. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it's turning out. It was kind of a slow start and still has been, but it's shaped up okay. I like the ability to have some kind of like little underground pathway underneath the boat that you load up top and then you go down below, and then it can be bigger than the actual visible thing is. But I don't know. We'll have to figure that one out, because I don't think we're too far gone on what we want. I mean, the biggest thing is if we go, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess. I don't know. We'll probably end up going on the ground instead, but have to go all the way to the bow before we turn around. Then this one goes all the way to the stern. And then that connects. But it does seem like surely there must be a better way to run things. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that boat walkthrough might look like. And in worst case, we'll just set up some kind of little path through here. But I'm trying to figure out a reasonable option. Excuse me. I mean, the other option is to do a maze. But then you have the guests jumping up and down, which seems weirdly inappropriate. I don't know. We could set up a maze with a single pathway, but you'll still have the people that are jumping up and down. But now that I think about it, the maze may be our best option. / only option, depending on how things are setting up. Well, that'll be something we can think about next time. Yeah, the maze we can at least cover pretty much the whole space. So we'll have some nice sized sails and everything here that will pray a 3-mast ship, the different sails, and then it'll connect up. We'll have our queue coming around the back, and then we'll exit onto this main strip that ends over here at our little fortress. I'm still debating whether or not I want people out here, just because it is smaller scale than everything else, so it kind of works as a like tableau off in the distance, but close up maybe less so. But we can decide that a little later on. All right, so we are now approaching 4 hours and 30 minutes, so I think we're gonna wrap it up for the day. So we made some good progress on everything here. Couple notes and all that kind of thing. Next weekend, we will not be streaming as I'm headed to the 24 Hours Daytona race. So I will be unavailable through the weekend. But we will still do our Thursday Parktech stream this upcoming Thursday. As far as I know right now, that's still the plan, probably around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. And then we'll get back to this the following weekend after that. Check out the YouTube channel if you haven't just yet. And also feel free to join our Discord too, where we have kind of good conversation. And also it's where I ping you when I'm going live on Twitch. So it's a little easier to know when to join in. But you can also follow it here if you like. Just so you can get those notifications, and if you feel like supporting the channel as well, you can also subscribe, and if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can do that for free. So that's all for today. Thanks for watching. I know we didn't get a whole heck of a lot done, but we did make some progress as far as thinking through some of the things go, but we're getting there. So yeah, we're gonna go paint some animals tomorrow, so that's why we moved it today. So welcome back to Hope. We're actually just wrapping up, but I will be back on Thursday here with Parkitect. So yeah, thank you all very much for watching. Appreciate you guys stopping by and hanging out and being good conversation. Always helps to build the park that way when we have people hanging out. So cool. Anyway, until next time, thank you all very much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Talk to you later. Bye.